on this video. Boats had been bombed, B-52s were circling the Venezuelan coast, and the CIA had just gotten the go-ahead to do CIA things. War was happening. No congressional declaration needed. Everything in the background. Now, things are a bit more explicit. When we first started on this video, Venezuela wasn't in the news as much, and poll after poll showed that the vast majority of Americans didn't want a war and didn't even see the point of trying to depose Maduro. As far as manufactured consent goes, man, those manufacturing jobs, they really are gone. The justification from the Trump team was that Maduro is a drug runner for a foreign terrorist cartel, but even CNN had a hard time getting that out. At time of last-second editing, that narrative isn't just a matter of popular opinion, it's now making its way through the American judicial system, and you know more than I do how well that's worked out. This isn't the topic of the video, but just consider how fast the face of this war went from war crimes in the Caribbean to full-scale regime change in just a few short weeks of our production cycle. Is this war a distraction from the Epstein files? Is it geopolitical theater adding heat to a cooling trade war? Is it pure Red Scare, war on drugs, reheated Bush nachos? Probably, yes, some or all of that. Regardless, most Americans don't want this war. But Washington certainly does. Hey everybody, before we get into the video, I just wanted to bring some things to your attention and ask for your support. If you're not interested or you're not able to support the channel, I want to make sure that I respect your time, so feel free to skip ahead to this timestamp. For those of you that have stuck around, thank you, and I will get straight to the point. Second thought is in the red. We just finished running last year's numbers, and it's not great. It's not the end of the world, don't freak out just yet, but it's not really the numbers that you want to see. Part of that is that we moved locations and we had to build this little studio shed because office space is way too expensive around here. But even if we remove that expense from the spreadsheet, we're still bleeding about $2,000 per month. The only thing keeping Second Thought afloat right now is the Deprogram, the podcast that I do with Hakeem and Ugopnik. The other part of the problem, leaving aside the fact that YouTube hates left-wing content, is my own fault. Second Thought is a tiny, independent outlet that punches at an institutional level, because that's important to how I see our role as the mouth of the socialist funnel. Our editing, our motion design, our scripts, it's all at the level of outlets like Vox or Vice, companies that have dozens of employees and millions of dollars to spend on their projects. We are a team of 4 on a shoestring budget that's 90% Patreon, and the remaining 10% made up of our one sponsor and the peanuts we get. 90% Patreon, and the remaining 10% made up of our one sponsor and the peanuts we get from AdSense. Because of these pesky socialist principles, I feel compelled to make sure that every person on the team is paid fairly for their work, and that includes annual raises that outpace inflation. Maintaining the quality that we're known for and paying everyone's salaries and benefits, as well as doing annual raises, is challenging when we're already bleeding money. So, bottom line, if we can't find a way to get Second Thought back above water, we're gonna need to reassess over the next year or so. We're working on some cool projects behind the scenes which will hopefully help, but those also cost money, so, it's a gamble. If you're in a position to help keep this channel afloat, I would greatly appreciate the support. Now, I don't ask for your generosity without offering something in return. We've already got the Discord server, which is a really cool place. It's got a book club, it's got educator roles, all that good stuff. And we do early access and ad-free versions of every video on the Patreon. But if there's something else that would make becoming a patron more enticing, please do let me know in the comments and I'll see what I can do. Or heck, if you work at some socialist outlet that somehow has money, may I present an entitled would make becoming a patron more enticing? Please do let me know in the comments and I'll see what I can do. Or heck, if you work at some socialist outlet that somehow has money, may I present an enticing purchase opportunity? Half joking there, but I do really want this project to continue, and if I'm not able to foot the bill myself, I'll do my best to find a way. Anyway, thank you for sticking around. I just wanted to keep you all in the loop, and if you do choose to support the channel on Patreon, I can't possibly thank you enough. It is only because of viewers like you that this channel exists in the first place. All right, on with the show.
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. But now we're buying oil from Venezuela, so we're making a dictator very rich. Can you believe this? Nobody can believe it.
These days, the Trump administration is getting brazen about the goal of the Venezuelan coup. But already in 2023, before coming back into office, Trump laid out the plan as plain as it can be. Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves. It's just hours away from Florida, and currently sits on the wrong side of the balance sheet. Washington has signaled for years that should Maduro's government just happen to collapse, who knows how, that doesn't matter, maybe, just maybe, the US could tidy all that up quite nicely and turn back the clock a few decades. Opening Venezuelan resources back up to investment by switching the leaders around to someone a little more Langley approved. And the leaders in question have already been handpicked and gotten with the program.
They're going to privatize all our industry. Venezuela has huge resources: oil, gas, minerals, land, technology. This country, Venezuela, is going to be the brightest opportunity for investment of American companies, of good people that are going to make a lot of money.
American billionaires are drooling at the thought of having their very own Venezuelan puppet, especially those at Chevron and at those other US oil companies that have been kicked out and prevented from doing corporate colonialism in Venezuela. They've been waiting for years for one of these coups to work. All this is not the first time American power has run the destabilization game and tried to get Venezuela under its thumb. Hell, this isn't even the first time something like this has been tried this decade. The failed plot to kidnap Maduro in the Bay of Piglets was 5 years ago. The Juan Guaido saga was only the year before that. For God's sake, it's not just Trump rambling and letting it slip. We have senators on the record talking about doing coups openly in prepared statements.
First, we thought that getting Guaido to declare himself president would be enough to topple the regime. Then we thought putting aid on the border would be enough. Then we tried to sort of construct a kind of coup in April of last year, and it blew up in our face when all the generals that were supposed to break with Maduro decided to stick with him in the end. We undermined Norway's talks last summer, and then this March we released a transition framework that frankly is almost a carbon copy of the very one that was in front of the parties last year.
And we shouldn't be all that surprised. This isn't like a rash Trump thing. It's been a group project for a minute. The US is doing openly today what it's done covertly for a century in the rest of Latin America. We've already couped countries like Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala.
Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still.
Even though the kidnapping was surprising, nothing about this is really shocking when you think about it. But something is different now.
The day of days for America and her allies. Crowds before the White House await the announcement from the president that the Japs have surrendered unconditionally.
For the last 80 years or so, the US has had an outsized role in global politics. After World War II, the US came out on top. Its industry was unscathed. It cemented its alliances in Europe with the Marshall Plan. It had a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. Its main geopolitical rival, the USSR, had just suffered tens of millions of casualties to the US's hundreds of thousands. And even though the Cold War kept the US somewhat in check for a few decades more, when the Soviet Union was dissolved in '91, that was the definitive end of any sort of global balance of power. Multipolarity was over, and it was replaced with undisputed American hegemony. This is the world I have lived in for all my life. Growing up, there wasn't a single moment where the US wasn't the leader in every facet of global power. Biggest economy, largest military force and global presence, most diplomatic power at the UN and World Trade Organization, the most cultural exports and global presence, most diplomatic power at the UN and World Trade Organization, the most cultural exports in music and movies.
Here I come. Here I come.
There was never a point where it wasn't obvious to everyone that the US ran the show. Where the US wasn't the leader in every facet of global power. Biggest economy, largest military force and global presence, most diplomatic power at the UN and World Trade Organization, the most cultural exports in music and movies.
Here I come. Here I come.
There was never a point where it wasn't obvious to everyone that the US ran the show. And while publicly this was the spreading freedom and democracy worldwide era, this is the context in which the US conducted hundreds of military and covert interventions abroad with impressive impunity. That democracy worldwide era, this is the context in which the US conducted hundreds of military and covert interventions abroad with impressive impunity. That was the power of hegemony. For years, through violence, infiltration, intimidation, sanctions, and if they absolutely had to, diplomacy, the US built a world where no country could or would displace it from its #1 spot. But like I said, things are different now. Even in mainstream outlets, even in the Financial Times, hegemony has been declared dead. And okay, I mean, come on. It's not hard to see why. The US is on the decline in every metric. Even though the US is still the biggest spender, every other major power has bumped its defense spending. If no one quite stacks up, more and more countries at least have the ability to resist, borderline ignore US military pressure. Economically, too, China... And okay, I mean, hegemony has been declared dead. But like I said, things are different now. Even in mainstream outlets, even in the Financial Times, hegemony has been declared dead. And okay, I mean, come on, it's not hard to see why. The US is on the decline in every metric. Even though the US is still the biggest spender, every other major power has bumped its defense spending. If no one quite stacks up, decline in every metric. Even though the US is still the biggest spender, every other major power has bumped its defense spending. If no one quite stacks up, more and more countries at least have the ability to resist, borderline ignore, US military pressure. Economically, too, China has overtaken the US as the world's biggest economy for a few years now, and is the top trading partner of hundreds of countries. Even diplomatically, the US is losing. This coup is one example, Gaza certainly didn't help either, but as just one more example, every year the UN votes on whether or not to end the US blockade in Cuba. Every year, for 32 consecutive years, all but 2, maybe 3 countries vote against the US. Last year, the US felt compelled to run a heavy-handed lobbying campaign to try to swing the vote with its key. Maybe 3 countries vote against 2 consecutive years. All but 2, maybe 3 countries vote against the US. Last year, the US felt compelled to run a heavy-handed lobbying campaign to try to swing the vote with its key allies, and still, quote, they don't have much to show for it. And not that this is the most important thing, but the US now has a bad reputation in most countries, even among close allies. In a survey of just G7 citizens, that's these countries, the US is ranked 48th out of 60. And Latin America has been trending this way for the last decade. Just economically speaking, despite being physically closer to the US, Latin America's biggest trading partner isn't the US anymore. Since 2017, it's been China. Since getting back into office, Trump has tried to offset this loss of influence with a $40 billion injection into Argentina, after the country's been failing catastrophically thanks to anarcho-capitalist President Javier Milei. But this kind of move is probably not gonna be enough. The US isn't keeping up, whether that's militarily, economically, or diplomatically. But even if it were, all signs are pointing to the world moving away from us. That bad reputation we have, it's going to be hard to get back after things like the USAID cuts last year.
The Trump administration also announced it plans to eliminate over 90% of the U.S. Agency for International Development
to get back after things like the USAID cuts last year. If it were, all signs are pointing to the world moving away from us. That bad reputation we have, it's going to be hard to get back after things like the USAID cuts last year.
The Trump administration also announced it plans to eliminate over 90% of the U.S. Agency for International Development's foreign aid contracts. The Trump administration also says it will cut $60 billion in overhaul U.S. assistance around the world.
Now, let's be clear. USAID has never been a strictly humanitarian operation and has always been seen with a healthy dose of skepticism. But a decent chunk of the billions of dollars of foreign aid funding was legitimately beneficial for countries dealing with things like famine and deadly epidemics. USAID gave countries a budget for emergency rations, drugs, testing kits, contraceptives, and other necessary medical equipment that saved lives. With that funding disappearing overnight thanks to Doge, the number of preventable deaths, especially in Latin America and Africa, has skyrocketed. By at least one estimate, we're in the high hundreds of thousands of deaths already, 500,000 of those being children, and with several million more being projected over the next 5 years. That's an amount of soft power and good reputation that's going to be impossible to get back or offset through other means. But we're here to explain all this, not just lay it out. All this, the tariffs, the war, the aid rug pull, all of this has been described as short-sighted stupidity in just about every mainstream outlet. Everyone is Hanlon's razoring the president and calling it a day. I don't think Trump is throwing away the U.S.'s power. I think the U.S. knows that it's already lost it. While the Trump admin is still sticking to the USA #1 narrative, actions are speaking a lot louder than words, and the country sure looks like it's scrambling to redefine its role in a world that's caught up. Running foreign interference, sanctioning entire nations' economies, and giving up on domestic workers to find cheap labor abroad these past decades has allowed for a parallel world to be built in the US's shadow. And as the list of countries slighted by the imperial hegemon kept growing, everyone slowly found a way to work without it. More and more, countries are letting go of the dollar and trading in their own currencies, in different economic blocs, and are forming different military alliances representing larger and larger populations. Everything in trade and diplomacy is much more bilateral, country by country, in a world where the US can no longer command obedience across the board, and no one expects it to. The US strategy had to change, so it shifted, away from global leadership to a new era of strict regional dominance. And that's not just me saying this. Right as we were making this video, the US national strategy dropped and made things clear. The plan today is to control Latin America as much as possible with bribes and threats and color revolutions. Global hegemony is dead. Regional struggle is all that's left. Now, for a chunk of Americans, that all sounds pretty good. Secure your backyard, leave the rest of the world to its own devices, be aggressive in trade, and fight your wars on control and color revolutions. Global hegemony is dead. Regional struggle is all that's left. Now, for a chunk of Americans, that all sounds pretty good. Secure your backyard, leave the rest of the world to its own devices, be aggressive in trade, and fight your wars on controlled fronts from the comfort of your fortress. Trump has been saying that this strategy can protect the American economy, and the numbers seem to show it. Except, not really. While AI and tech companies have been given convenient cracks to slip through the whole tariff mess, that way the overall numbers still look okay, everything else has been sacrificed. While AI and tech companies have been given convenient cracks to slip through the whole tariff mess, that way the overall numbers still look okay, everything else has been sacrificed. We're flying blind through an invisible recession now that numbers don't get reported. Jobs are being cut at insane rates. Tariffs are making groceries and essentials unaffordable. Everyone is using buy now, pay later apps, and all the government programs that could help have already been cut. This strategy isn't drawn up with us in mind. Billionaires are happy. They know they can weather the storm and buy up foreign assets on the cheap. But everyone else, from farmers in rural towns to remote workers in big cities, are feeling the pain. Best case scenario, storm and buy up foreign assets on the cheap. But everyone else, from farmers in rural towns to remote workers in big cities, are feeling the pain. Best case scenario, if everything goes according to their plan, this Venezuelan war goes through, Chevron makes a few extra billion next year, we'll have destroyed another sovereign nation, and everything else stays exactly as shitty for me and you. Elite power plays don't guarantee anything but more suffering abroad and a distraction from things at home. So hold on tight, because unless we can make a big change soon, these next few years are only going to get worse.
私はこの道義を貫き通す。
ダオちゃんの価値ちゃんと見極めてね。
お疲れ様。やっさやっ心してよける。はい見せる。受けて。刀はさやこの刀に誓おう。この日を逃せ。耐えてみせる。
見ててね。ダオちゃんの勝ち。ほら
一刀無縁。先生必勝。そろそろ怒りますね。集中しろ。終わりだ。や血で。朝飯前だ。耐えてみせる。勝利を上となし、動乱はこれに次ぐ。直ちに援護します。見切った。終わりだ。受けてた。課長、ロッカーに肌なした報いを。
乱れ切り。
この気を逃さず。血で。耐えてみせる。雪の指示。一刀無縁。お疲れ様ね、課長。血で。悪直残。触ります。
Well, friends, another year is behind us. I hope it was a good year for you personally, because, you know, in general, it was not great. It was a good, if challenging, year for me. My wife and I welcomed our son Thomas to the world, and we decided that 2 children is plenty. Our daughter Evie started preschool, and we all immediately got sick and have pretty much remained sick for the last 6 months. Anyway, I wanted to make sure the whole team can take the holidays off, so I thought I'd make a light end-of-the-year video. Just take a few minutes to chat with you all and ask you your feedback on a few things. I also had a lot of fun with the last Q&A, so I'm going to throw in a shorter version of that once I've picked your brains for all your juicy feedback. Alright, 3 items I would like to ask you about. Thumbnails and titles, video topics, and Means TV content. First, thumbnails. You've probably noticed that we've more or less settled on this minimalist red aesthetic for our thumbs recently. Main question. Do you like this? We've been experimenting with YouTube's automatic A/B testing, and the results have shown that this style pretty consistently outperforms any other we try. If we take YouTube at its word, that would indicate to me that the majority of you watching prefer the vibe of these red thumbs. But that is the problem. I do not trust YouTube to provide accurate data. So let me know in the comments if you like this new style or not, if there are any changes you'd like to see to the format, or if there's a specific past style that you prefer. It's annoying that this matters so much, but unfortunately the thumbnail and title combo pretty much entirely determines how a video performs, at least in that critical first day or two. Now, speaking of titles, we've also been experimenting there. In the past, we've gone for straight explanatory titles like How Capitalism Ruined Blank, or questions like Should We Trust Neoliberal Economists? After a whole string of videos absolutely flopped, I was like, okay, maybe it's the titles. And we started trying both jokes, flop questions first day or two. Now, speaking of titles, we've also been experimenting there. In the past, we've gone for straight explanatory titles like How Capitalism Ruined Blank, or questions like Should We Trust Neoliberal Economists? After a whole string of videos absolutely flopped, I was like, okay, maybe it's the titles. And we started trying both jokes and shorter, punchier statements like literally 1984 but neoliberal, the AI Manhattan Project, and Slop School is here. Performance improved pretty much immediately, so again, that would indicate that viewers think the new titles are better. If you have any opinion one way or the other, sound off in the comments. Next, video topics. We've been doing the Socialism 101 stuff for over 5 years now. There are still, obviously, a lot of people who need the 101 level content. People who are just learning about socialism, like really learning about it for the first time. I also get requests for some pretty specific theory stuff, which honestly, I'm probably not going to cover. It's just too niche for this channel. There are some great other creators on the platform digging more into that stuff, and I'd highly recommend you check out their work. Another comment I get is that people love our channel, but they're so burned out or depressed from learning about these problems and challenges that they can't watch anymore. And I definitely empathize with that. It can be hard surrounding yourself with this stuff day in and day out. Like, this is my day job, I get it. So I guess my question here is, what would you like to see more or less of on second thought? More cultural stuff to lessen the depression load? You want to stick with the Socialism 101 stuff? Something else? I want to stress that we're not going to make dramatic changes here, but if enough people are looking for like a subtle content or vibe shift, we'll do our best to accommodate. Speaking of topics, if you have an idea for a video, or if you're a journalist looking for a platform for your investigative work, we now have a Google form linked in the description of every video where you can drop us a line. Alright, last thing, Means TV form for a video, or if you're a journalist, we'll do our best to accommodate. Speaking of topics, if you have an idea for a video, or if you're a journalist looking for a platform for your investigative work, we now have a Google form linked in the description of every video where you can drop us a line. Alright, last thing, Means TV content. I'm sure a lot of you already know I've been working with Means TV for the past couple of years. It is a fantastic platform and a much better fit than the previous group I was with.
Don't trust the liberals. They will betray you.
My big question here is, if you're a Means TV subscriber, what kind of exclusive content would you like to see from Second Thought? We've got an idea we've been workshopping for a while.
They will betray you.
My big question here is, if you're a Means TV subscriber, what kind of exclusive content would you like to see from Second Thought? We've got an idea we've been workshopping for a while now, but it would be quite the departure from everything we've made so far. So, in general, what category of content sounds best to you? Would you like to see feature-length documentaries, more boots-on-the-ground reporting like we did in East Palestine, Ohio, a game show like what some other YouTubers have done recently? We want to offer something more than Palestine, Ohio, a game show like what some other YouTubers have done recently. We want to offer something more than just bonus episodes of Second Thought. we'd really like to make something cool and more professional feeling, like something worthy of being watched on a TV instead of on a phone. So, once again, if you have any preference, please do let us know in the comments. Okay, with all that business taken care of, let's go do that Q&A. Howdy gang, I'm back. Got my Dr. Pepper. Oh, what's that? You like my sweater? Well, thank you. This is... It's kind of hard to get up and show you. Yeah. Just one of many bangers from the new Deprogram merch drop. Hope you like it. If you're a patron for Second Thought, Yugopnik, Hakeem, or the Deprogram, you can get 10% off your merch order. Deprogramshop.com. The codes are on our respective Patreons. If you're interested, no pressure. It is cozy though. Okay, Q&A time. Let's make sure I'm in focus. This stupid camera does not have good autofocus, so sorry if I'm a little soft. All right, let's just jump right in. We've got 19 of these, and one just squeaked in on the Discord, so we'll call it an even 20 then. All right, it's a bald hedgehog. Have you seen the guy who put a turbo diesel in a 240 wagon? It was maybe 10 years ago. I have seen every modified 240, especially the wagons, online. I don't think there's a single one, if it exists anywhere online, that I have not seen. But send me all your 240 wagon videos, please. Ulrich Minecraft. How can we stop comrades from being so transphobic? Trans rights are as integral to liberating the working class as black rights, gay rights, and so on, and not a distraction. I'm not sure I quite accept that premise. In my experience, just about every dedicated socialist I've met has been a staunch supporter of trans rights. So, and I'm sure, I mean, that's obviously anecdotal, just my experience, but I've met a lot of people, and I've spoken to a lot of people. I know there are some out there, like a particular organization, air quotes there, that I will not name, that I'm pretty sure is just feds, which we can ignore. Just don't give them oxygen, all right? I mean, like, if you're not willing to go to bat for some of the most marginalized people in our society, what good are you as a comrade? So I don't think it's as big of a problem, transphobia on the left, the genuine left among liberals. Yeah, absolutely. But so it's big of a problem, transphobia on the left, the genuine left among liberals. Yeah, absolutely. But socialists, that hasn't been my experience. LaShawn, there are municipal elections coming up in the city of Amsterdam where I live, and I'm in the position to be somewhat influential, or to somewhat influence some of their agendas by people in our society. What good are you as a comrade? So I don't think it's as big of a problem, transphobia on the left, the genuine left among liberals. Yeah, absolutely. But socialists, that hasn't been my experience. LaShawn, there are municipal elections coming up in the city of Amsterdam where I live, and I'm in the position to be somewhat influential, or to somewhat influence some of their agendas by speaking to the parties and their leaders in an upcoming meeting. I'm not a politician, but a performance artist who's active in community building. Simply put, I would like to try to somehow transfer power from institutions for speaking. LaShawn, there are municipal elections coming up in the city of Amsterdam where I live, and I'm in the position to be somewhat influential, or elections coming up. That hasn't been my experience. LaShawn, there are municipal elections coming up in the city of Amsterdam where I live, and I'm in the position to be somewhat influential, or to somewhat influence some of their agendas by speaking to the parties and their leaders in an upcoming meeting. I'm not a politician, but a performance artist who's active in community building. Simply put, I would like to try to somehow transfer power from institutions, a select group, to civil initiatives. What would be a good angle to approach this with when I'm convincing even right-wing parties to invest in arts and social culture? Wow, that's a tough one. Cool, first of all, that you get that opportunity. I would try to, especially when dealing with the right-wing parties, I would try to reframe it not as like an ideological thing, not some abstract, the arts, because a lot of right-wing groups tend to view art as a whole as kind of like elite or snobby, or not a concrete thing. So if you can reframe it as investment in infrastructure, in a strong local culture, things like that. I think that would go a long way towards selling it. Like, hey, look, you're not... we agree with you that the government should remain small and not be required to pay for all these things, so please shift some of the responsibility of building these initiatives into the hands of the public, to make them responsible citizens and build their own things. All we ask is a little bit of funding, you know, things like that. You can reframe just about anything. You're not asking for money, you are proposing that citizens take matters into their own hands and build something beautiful that will enrich the local culture and blah, 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 blah. Culture, hot topic. Like that's a buzzword for the right. I would try to reframe it away from, hey, give us money to do artsy things, to, hey, empower us, the local population, to enrich our culture and make more inclusive neighborhood. Maybe don't use the word inclusive if you're talking to the right, but, you know, stronger neighborhoods, community involvement, less vandalism, because people will be proud of their cities, you know, things like that. There's always a way to spin it, but that's really cool. I hope it goes well. Brady Girl, who are your favorite philosophers right now? Any interest in a particular philosophy/philosopher at the moment? Would love to see more analytic/philosophical leaning content from the channel if that's of any interest to you and your team. Thanks for all your time and great content this year. Thank you for watching. I admit I'm not the biggest philosophy bro. And this is a cop-out. Marx something something, history of the world, philosophers talking about stuff, something something, the point is to change it. Obviously Marx was like an economic philosopher himself, so that's an easy answer. But I really, since having my second child, my wife and I have been super busy, and we haven't had a ton of time to do, like, I don't know, I haven't had time or the willingness to do more work outside of work hours, so I haven't been reading much nonfiction. I have been reading a lot of like sci-fi just to de-stress, and so I would put, I guess you could say, some of the more highbrow sci-fi writing dabbles in philosophy, like Frank Herbert of Dune, Ursula K. Le Guin is another one. So I'd guess I would consider them philosophers of a sort. So those would be the two that come to mind right now. Whether we'll put more of that on the channel, it's not super interesting to me. We definitely talk about philosophers when it's relevant, but like a dedicated video, probably not. Kevin F. The UK Green Party, under new leadership this year, has massively increased its membership to become as popular as Labour and the Conservatives. The Green Party is now the first major explicitly socialist and progressive UK political party this century. There have been many comparisons with Mamdani's campaign. Have you been following the rise of the UK Green Party Conservatives? The Green Party is now... We definitely talk about philosophers when it's relevant, but like a dedicated video, probably not. Kevin F. The UK Green Party, under new leadership this year, has massively increased its membership to become as popular as Labour and the Conservatives. The Green Party is now the first major explicitly socialist and progressive UK political party this century. There have been many comparisons with Mamdani's campaign. Have you been following the rise of the UK Greens, and do you think the US Green Party could ever experience similar success under new leadership? No and no. I don't really keep up with horse race stuff, even in my country. So I haven't been keeping up with the Greens in the UK. The US Green Party, unfortunately, is largely seen as a joke. Like, not because they don't try, but because they are so shut out from the political process because of the two-party corporate duopoly we have here, where they just don't have a shot. It's like people see them as like kids running around the adult table while the adults are trying to do their debate. Which is unfortunate, because they are better than the Democrats or the Republicans, but that's just not the way things work here. Mamdani, also worth mentioning, is not really a socialist. He's a socialist in the way that Bernie Sanders or AOC are socialists, which is to say that they're social democrats. Again, better than the Republicans or the Democrats, but still not socialism. At best, we would get concessions from a social democratic government, and those concessions can always be rolled back when it's convenient, which we've seen in every social democratic country throughout history. And even in the US, a ways back when we were flirting with social democratic policies. Noah L. Realistically, how do you see the situation in Palestine playing out over the next decade or two? On the one hand, I'm optimistic that Israel has become so universally hated and seen for what they really are. This does not bode well for their future. On the other hand, it's still very upsetting seeing them continue the genocide unabated and become much more aggressive in expanding the settlements and pushing out the Palestinians with zero pushback. The resilience of the Palestinian people is incredible. Yeah, absolutely agree. Do not stop talking about Palestine. It is the question of our time. I think when we look back and receipts need to be kept, like who cast their lot with evil and who cast their lot with good. Unfortunately, I think the answer is just going to be more bloodshed for the foreseeable future. As long as the United States backs Israel to the hilt, which they do, Israel is not going anywhere. However, the second that support falters, Israel is done for. They only exist because they are useful to the United States as an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the region, causing chaos and destabilization and obviously the genocide. They're the U.S.'s rabid dog in the region. I don't want to say more than that. Because people are still very sensitive about the Israel thing in the United States, even though it is an illegitimate apartheid regime. But yeah, the Palestinian people, that is what resilience looks like. You're absolutely right. I don't think Israel will exist as it currently does by the turn of the next century. It's too violent, it's too hated. And the U.S.'s power around the world is slipping. So once the U.S. is no longer the sole superpower, which I would say already it's not, but once the star of the United States has dimmed a little bit more, it's going to become untenable for them to keep supporting Israel to the extent that they do, which means it's going to be more difficult for Israel to continue to exist, which means Israel's going to feel backed into a corner and get even more violent, and then eventually it will implode. Matthew R. I love your videos. Thank you. As a frequent listener of the D program, I'm always looking forward to the next episode. My least favorite part of any given episode, however, is the almost ritualistic dunking on Trotsky. What's all the hate about? And then a lot of other clarification to the question. I could make a joke and say, oh, very Trotskyist of you, writing all that. No, mostly it's just a joke. It's a meme. Trotsky early on did have some good contributions to the revolution. One of his works on the Russian Revolution was excellent. That being said, Trotskyist parties today Trotsky clarification to the question. I could make a joke and say, oh, very Trotskyist of you, writing all that. No, mostly it's just a joke. It's a meme. Trotsky early on did have some good contributions to the revolution. One of his works on the Russian Revolution was excellent. That being said, Trotskyist parties today are just kind of weird. They focus on things that like don't matter at all to the average person today. Like they're relitigating debates about Stalin from 1946 or something like that. And it's like, man, okay, I'm gonna throw your newspaper away now. This doesn't affect me. Like I'm just trying to get groceries and my rent. 1946 or something like that. And it's like, man, okay, I'm gonna throw your newspaper away now. This doesn't affect me. Like I'm just trying to get groceries and my rent's too high, you know? They're relitigating debates about Stalin from 1940. They're relitigating debates about Stalin from 1946 or something like that. And it's like, man, okay, I'm gonna throw your newspaper away now. This doesn't affect me. Like I'm just trying to get groceries and my rent's too high, you know? 46 or something like that. And it's like, man, okay, I'm going to throw your newspaper away. Reading debates about to the average person today, like they're relitigating debates about Stalin from 1946 or something like that. And it's like, man, okay, I'm going to throw your newspaper away now. This doesn't affect me. Like, I'm just trying to get groceries and my rent's too high, you know? So that's, I think, the main gripe people have with the trots, is that they are super gung-ho about their little newspapers and Stalin and not really doing much else. There are some Trotskyist groups doing good community work, but without that community work, they're just kind of weird. So I'm not going to dismiss them outright, but that tendency they have to be super aggressive about things that don't matter is counterproductive, to say the least. But mostly it's a meme. Stevie H, I was wondering, how do you get over the idea of slow progress not being enough? I find myself exhausted by people toting small efforts. It's always small efforts and never big lasting change. How do you navigate the frustration on the tiptoeing? So I think it's a bit of a mistake to think that history is made by big moments. It is made by the conscious, small, concerted, gradual efforts of masses of people over a long period of time. And there will always be periods of intensity. There will always be ruptures in the social fabric. You know, it's like the expression, there are decades where nothing happens and weeks where decades happen. And that's just how history goes. It's kind of like a frog boiling situation. Nothing, 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 nothing. Yo, we're boiling. We got to do something. Okay. And that's kind of typically how it goes. We are in a period now. I mean, if you're really locked in, you're like, man, this is so slow. Nothing is happening. But if you zoom out even just a little bit, like the last 10 years have seen more growth of socialism, both in the US and abroad, than arguably the previous 50 years, maybe even longer than that. Reagan and Thatcher, neoliberalism did such tremendous damage to the American psyche, the American conception of what politics is, what society is. And so we're just now starting to come out of that really dark, stupid, destructive period. So there has been a lot of growth. It may feel slow because we were so invested in it. We're like, man, I would like to see this future that we're trying to build in my lifetime. Will it happen? I don't know. You can't force things. You cannot force change to happen before it is time. You have to meet people where they are. You have to continue the slow, tedious work of agitation, organization, education. That is all critical work. And we can't fall into the trap of accelerationism, of just rushing to get things done when we don't have the infrastructure in place to bridge the gap between the fall of capitalism and what comes next. So patience, but it is going faster than you think. Stevie H has a second question here. I'm trying to keep it to one per person, but this one had a lot of upvotes, so I'm going to answer this one as well. How do you engage best with friends and family on political topics? I'm not afraid to have them, others are, but I wanted to challenge people's thought process for better outcomes. How do you plant the first seed? I often find people lack basic empathy for others, and that's hard due to this whole individual responsibility BS America and a lot of Western countries love to tote. Love your videos and glad to support. Thank you for your support, really do appreciate it. The friends and family thing is touchy. I would say, first of all, make sure it's worth it. Make sure it's worth the relationship, because some relationships are very emotional. Like between, for example, a mother and a son. That one, you really got to be careful. Your mom doesn't feel like you hate her because you're speaking strongly about something that you care about, and she thinks something different, and she thinks, oh, my son thinks I'm stupid. He hates me. He thinks I'm a bad person. You know, you don't want to ruin a relationship like that. That being said, you do also, if you've determined that it's worth a conversation worth having, meet people where they are, right? If someone likes to read, you can offer them some book suggestions. For example, like if you've got a chud uncle who hates the government but is also like super conspiratorial, give him something by William Blum. Killing Hope is about the all the CIA's work to destabilize the world and destroy communism as an alternative. So he might see the communism thing like, hell yeah, but then he'll also see like the really shady stuff the CIA did, which will play into his conspiratorial nature. And that could be the first seed. You tell him like, hey, you thought that was weird. Check out Operation Condor. Check out Gladio, MK Ultra. Like, give him all these things about, Operation Mockingbird, things that the CIA did to the American people, and then you're like, okay, he'll be like, wow, maybe we're not the good guys, and then you go from there. It takes time. It's frustrating. It's a lot of repetition because you're going to get the same objections from people every conversation you have. But planting that first seed, you might not even see that it's been planted, but over time, you come back to them a year down the line, and suddenly they're a completely different person, politically speaking, which is really cool. Make sure you and the person you're speaking to are capable of having an adult conversation about this stuff without ruining the relationship. If you are willing to risk the relationship, that's on you, but do consider it. Isaac D. When discussing political and economic topics with family, would you recommend being transparent that I'm a socialist or focus on the nuance of the topic at hand? I'd say first off, focus on the nuance. Most people aren't like rushing to put labels on themselves when they're talking about stuff that matters to them. Like, the rent's too high, groceries are too expensive, electricity's too expensive. That doesn't really have anything to do with your political labels. If you can explore the structural reasons those things are so expensive, that is a lot more pertinent than saying, I'm a socialist and socialists believe blank. That being said, if they ask, don't be cagey about it.
この古臭い世界に妥協するというのか。
した親友 はびこりなさい新月が来る覚えたわよ見逃さないで知識はあなたにも全部丸見えね
about it. Just be like, yeah, I'm a socialist. And you know, here's why I think this. Here are some historical parallels. That is a lot more pertinent than saying I'm a socialist and socialists believe blank. That being said, if they ask, don't be cagey about it. Just be like, yeah, I'm a socialist. And you know, here's why I think this. Here are some historical parallels. Stuff like that. Like I'm very open about the fact that I'm a socialist. Maybe because I'm just desensitized to the terminology now. But usually people aren't like, you know, they don't clutch their pearls when you say that anymore. They're just like, oh, huh, I didn't know that about you. That's why. And then you can kind of explain. And they're more interested than horrified, generally speaking, these days. Because nobody thinks that things are going well. So they're like, you know what? Sure, let's listen to an alternative. What's up? Mitchell L. I don't feel like it's touched on a lot by your channel or the deprogram itself, but are you genuinely concerned about climate change and its effects? I understand that they're totally entangled, such as fossil fuel giants being major polluters and thus fueling climate chaos, but also the overall ability of these industries to influence elections and perceptions towards the wealthy. I find it's an important issue, but I wanted to know if you feel the same way about climate change and its impacts. Yeah, absolutely. I've done a bunch of videos on climate change on this channel, and we did one fairly recently on deprogram too. I can't mention it every episode, but it is one of the most pressing issues of our time. Thankfully, you've got countries like China who are doing incredible work, de-desertification, regreening, stuff like that, sustainable cities, which is fantastic. But yeah, it's a crisis, and it's one of those things that people are really scared about, understandably. So I have to be very careful with how much I talk about that on the channel, because I walk a fine line between, you know, depressing people and getting them fired up to get involved. And climate change is one of those that will generally tip people towards the depression side of things if you're not careful. So yes, absolutely. Why is this? Oh, damn. My volume knob was way up. I hope I didn't peak. Sorry, gang. I'm not going to re-record this, but I will try my best to make the audio sound better. I've turned it down a little bit. But yeah, climate change, big issue. Obviously, I'm very concerned about it. And it is entangled with a lot of the other issues that we are dealing with, like corporate capture. All right, Stephen C. When talking about what we can do, I usually just hear help the movement grow. And I wonder if there's people out there with strategies on how to actually accelerate towards the revolution. Like the fascists definitely had a strategy, like Project 2025, or even earlier with working towards owning the courts, owning media, etc. And I haven't heard of any such concrete plans on the left. Okay, problems there.
メルジームはフォンテーヌが誇る美しき生命体だ。彼女らとは良い関係を築くといい。決して傷つけたりしないように。私は自身の仕事の価値とフォンテーヌの人々がなすことの意義を認めている。自分の責任を誇りに思っているのだ。メルジームはフォンテーヌが誇る美しき生命体だ。彼女らとは良い関係を築くといい。決して傷つけたりしないように。私は 自身の仕事の価値とフォンテーヌの人々がなすことの意義を認めている。自分の責任を誇りに思っているのだ。水の味は実に幽怨な趣を持つ。モンドの水は清く澄んでいて、リーウェの水は後味が長く続く。稲妻の水は深みがあり、スメールの水は複雑で、じっくりと舌で味わう必要があるのだ。メルジーヌはフォンテーヌが誇る美しき生命体だ。彼女らとは良い関係を築くといい。決して傷つけたりしないように。水の味は実に幽怨な趣を持つ。モンドの水は清く澄んでいて、リーウェの水は後味が長く続く。稲妻の水は深みがあり、スメールの水は複雑で、じっくりと舌で味わう必要があるのだ。
The left, like Project 2025 or even earlier with working towards owning the courts, owning media, etc., and I haven't heard of any such concrete plans. Here, help the movement grow, and I wonder if there's people out there with strategies on how to actually accelerate towards the revolution. Like the fascists definitely had a strategy, like Project 2025, or even earlier with working towards owning the courts, owning media, etc. And I haven't heard of any such concrete plans on the left. Okay, problems there. The left does not have money. We can't own the media. We can't spend millions of dollars engaging think tanks to come up with a concrete plan to enact at state and federal levels. We don't have that kind of power. So the only thing we really can do is to help the movement grow. What is socialism but is a movement of a mass movement of people who are invested in their future and the future of society and the world. So, you know, when you ask what can we do, if only there was a book with a title very similar to that. Read Lenin's What is to be Done, read State and Revolution. Those help a lot. But genuinely, like, if you're not involved with a socialist organization yet, I can see why it feels like helping the movement grow is an abstract idea. But once you get involved and start organizing with other people, it becomes very clear that things are happening. It's not like, you know, vague, I'm doing my part. No, you're out organizing for like a tenants strike. You're out boycotting or blocking a road. You know, it depends on where you are, what issues are affecting your community, and so on. But please just try. Get involved. If you're not, I'm just gonna assume that you're not in a party. Join one. Join an organization, and you will quickly see help the movement grow, what that means in practice. Cordy, is socialism compatible with a less invasive surveillance state? I've heard that the reason China has so much surveillance and little free speech, in quotes, is because they want to suppress insurrections and riots to keep the socialist nation intact. So it's partly a cultural thing where some people aren't bothered as much by the intrusive surveillance. I do not like it. I think it is bad, and we should push back against being surveilled at all times. But the problem is, like, comparing the United States to China, we're already surveilled, I think, way more than people are in China, and we don't get any of the benefits. It's both intelligence communities or organizations keeping tabs on us, like FOIA request your FBI file. Mine's like 4,000 pages long or something, and they sent me 10 redacted pages, which is stupid. I should be able to get access to the whole thing, but whatever. So intelligence organizations know everything about you. Corporations know everything about you. Social media platforms know everything about you. There's a reason you're getting targeted ads all the time. It's because everyone everywhere knows everything about you, because there's a dossier on you to make more money for these corporations. And if you're a troublemaker, you're in a file somewhere at the NSA, FBI, CIA, etc. So is socialism compatible with less invasive surveillance? Yeah, I think so. I think any kind of society is compatible with it. It's making it a priority and drawing a line in the sand and saying this far and no further. We appreciate that you're keeping society safe by having traffic cameras or, you know, whatever, stuff like that. Facial recognition in public spaces at night. You know, I don't know. I'm not a surveillance person. I don't know what all goes into that and what is a reasonable amount of surveillance. Some of it is required because, you know, cameras are used in everyday technology, like traffic cameras and stuff like that. But when it intrudes in your own home, in your private spaces, things like that, you're browsing online, then it becomes a little bit iffy, and that's a conversation that we absolutely need to have as we progress towards socialism. And I'm looking forward to a time when we're seeing China engage with a lot of developing states where they're dabbling with socialist ideas, and I would really be interested in seeing like the minutes from their meetings and stuff where they actually talk about this stuff, because they do, and it's fascinating. And it's dry, but that's how building a socialist party or a socialist conception of a state works. It's a lot of meetings, a lot of paperwork, but that's really interesting to me. So yeah, it's something we need to talk about. June, do you think there would be a shift towards socialist policies for the U.S. in the future? Do you think the younger generation sympathizes more with socialist ideas? I find it hard to imagine a bottom-up revolution in the U.S. If the U.S. were to go towards socialism, I guess it would be a very gradual top-down process. That's not really possible, a top-down process. Because we exist in a capitalist state, a neoliberal capitalist democracy. Anybody who is able to get power within that machine is defanged if they call themselves a socialist. Bernie was defanged, AOC was defanged, Mamdani will certainly be defanged. And none of them were president. Bernie came the closest, and really should have been. He was screwed. But the best we would get, like I said earlier, is social democratic concessions, which could be rolled back by the next president. So to have lasting change, the system that we have right now needs to be dismantled. And that needs to come from below. That needs to be a mass movement, not like a movement of Harvard-trained elites who talk the talk and get elected president and say they're going to do all this stuff, don't actually do anything, and then people get disillusioned with socialism because the version of socialism they were presented with was not mass mobilization. So, to your other question, do I think the younger generation sympathizes more with socialist ideas? Absolutely. Absolutely. The number of small YouTube channels I've seen that are not political, even some big channels recently, talking about the failures of capitalism. You're like, oh, something's happening. That's really cool. So yeah, we'll get there, but it is slow, and it has to be a mass movement. Uncharted Images. What's an intelligent and balanced response when someone comes at you with a mind full of propaganda we've heard our entire lives about socialism being a bad thing? Be patient. Again, meet people where they are. If they like books, give them a book. If they like videos, give them a second thought video. I hear that guy's pretty cool. Podcasts, there are plenty of good podcasts out there. You just need to not get frustrated with people. I know we've all heard the objections 1,000 times, and we've countered them 1,000 times, and you don't want to hear it one more time at Christmas or Thanksgiving or like the next family gathering. Like, just shut up. It's not Big Spoon. It's not socialism, vuvuzela, whatever. Be patient. And recognize that you're not going to win people over with a single conversation. It's a long process, and it takes empathy, patience, kindness, understanding, and a willingness to hear their ideas. You don't need to actually consider them because you already have. You just need to be seen to be thoughtful or open to hearing other perspectives. If you look closed off and confrontational, you're never going to get through to people. Nolski. I feel like Second Thought has changed a bit in content, featuring content that aligns a bit more with investigative journalism rather than really basic introductory material to leftism, which I've really liked. Can you give us any hints into content changes going into 2026? Maybe a first thought step.
呼吸を整えよう。
逃げ道はありません。ここより弱滅の時。せってっはっせってっはっせっ見切りました。これは必要な武力だ。動くな。最後の全力攻撃。雷のごとく。無我の境地。ふっせっ
Status update would be cool too.
海私は帰ってきた。騒ぐ。みんなは俺がもっと早く。
裁きの雷稲光すなわち永遠なり。せっふっはっせっやっせっ見切りました。投降しろ。最後の警告だ。動くな。武器を合図を待てよな。
みんながそばに。
ここより弱滅の時。せっはっせっはっふっはっや逃げ道はありません。最後の警告。
みんなは俺が守れ。
呼吸を整えよ
無我の境地。せっふってっはっやてってっこれは必要な武力だ。武器を捨てろ。動くな。最後の警告だ。
みんながそばに。
う。雷のごとく動け。
ここより弱滅の時。裁きの雷。はっふっやっせっふっ法の裁きを受けてこい。武器を捨てろ。動くな。
みんなは俺が守れ。せっ
合図を待てよな。
無我の境地。せっせっせっふっせっせっせっこれは必要な武力だ。最後の警告だ。
全力攻撃だ。くらえ。
カウントスタート。
ここより弱滅の時。
世界を熱狂の渦に。何をするんだ。
剣女盤石。いざ。神戸を風よ。それ。大松となるがいい。静粛に。
歌え。僕の名のもとにしてじゃん。
岩山八九。
動くな。
燃えろ。みんなは俺が。
聞け。合図を待
逃げ道はありません。投降しろ。やってせ見切りました。最後の警告だ。
みんながそばに。
もっと早く。もっとそうこなくっちゃ。カウント。
無我の境地。やって逃げ道はありません。法の裁きを受けてこい。最後の警告だ。
みんなは俺が守れ。もう
雷のごとく。
騒ぐ
世界を熱狂の渦に遠くを
難攻不落褒美を垂れろ高き私は下げす
光り輝くがいいじゃじゃ
風よ岩山八九大末となるがいい
遠くをたたえよ
難攻不落静粛に
世界の熱狂の渦にお広
褒美を垂れろ
今宵月を捧ぐ掃除対象ロックオン殲滅モード安全距離確認輸送の風断罪の名により三月よ輝け満ちて
灯火は消えない
防衛モード起動へい6308式ユニット塵となってください
お嬢様の
新月が来る
長き夜が明けるまで悪を滅する
吸引テスト開始
やはり
交渉は終わりです掃除対象6今宵月を捧ぐ流れて超拡散警戒
騒ぐ
遠くをたた
マイそこだ雲が狩り岩山八高き私は褒美を垂れろ
光り輝くがいいじゃじゃ
風よ難攻不落私は帰ってきた騒ぐ
世界を熱狂の渦にお披露目
マイ剣女盤石褒美を垂れろ大末となるがいい騒ぐ
遠くをた
風よ難攻不落せはっせいそう岩山八九静粛に
じゃじゃ
風よ
光り輝くがいい
騒ぐ
満ちて三月よ輝く殲滅モード安全距離確認新月が来る防衛モード影のカラスが優也を求め塵となってください6308三月よ輝 輝け映して絶縁障壁吸引テスト開始姿を見せよオーズ
難攻不落
海私は帰ってきた褒美を垂れろ
カジャーン歌え僕の名の
マイ
いや
騒ぐな討伐となるがいい
風そこだ見苦しいところを見せたな
静粛にマイ
剣女盤石難攻不落
騒ぐな高き者私は下げず静粛
光り輝くがいいお披露目
はっせい岩山はっ
海私は
世界の熱狂の渦に遠くを
しまいそう剣女盤石
褒美を垂れろ
光り輝くがいいじゃじゃーん
騒ぐ高き者私は
遠くを叩い
風よ難攻不落
褒美を垂れろ
世界の熱狂の渦に
マイはっ岩山八九
海私は帰ってきた騒ぐな
お披露目だ光り輝くがいい
難攻不落
静粛に高き者私は
風剣女盤石
褒美を垂れろ
遠くを叩く
そこだ
静粛に討伐となるがいい
マ
新月が来る。防衛モード6308。
まさか。
I know YouTube has been screwing over leftist content creators to a greater extent as time goes on too. Would be interesting to get an update on how you're dealing with all this stuff. Yeah, we've I talked about this a little bit in the previous Q&A video I did, and a little bit in this one too, where we're asking what you guys would like to see. Good data that you like the investigative stuff, so thank you for sharing that. Probably more of that going forward. We're not obviously going to stop the Socialism 101 stuff, but I think we're kind of going to wrap it in or bundle it with broader cultural investigations and critique, because that will make it more accessible to more people. And that's, at the end of the day, that is what we want. We want to have our ideology packaged in a way that feels accessible to everybody, so that everybody can get something from it, can learn something, can feel like they're not being attacked, and so on. Other part of your question, first thought status update. Yeah, some people have been saying, yo, what's going on with First Thought? Are you guys hacked? No, we're not hacked. We're just messing around. First Thought was not making us any money at all. It was a drain on the deprogram income. So we are doing one last Hail Mary attempt. Right now we're workshopping a new format behind the scenes. It's going to become a shitpost channel, which might be fun. We'll see. I'll let you guys know when the first video goes live. We're taking our time with it. We're not in any rush. And the last part of your question, YouTube screwing over leftist content creators, how we're dealing with that. I'm just trying my best. We are cautious with how we word things. We are cautious with the visuals we show on screen. Obviously, we can put the uncensored stuff on Patreon and Means TV, which has been great. But yeah, we have to be very cautious on YouTube. It is a corporate platform. But other than that, I'm trying to diversify a little bit. We've got Second Thought, we've got Deprogram, I've got my personal channel, which, hey, there's a new almost 2-hour-long video on the personal channel, or should be. I'm just about done exporting it over there. So check that out. I'm turning it into like a hobby exploration channel, because I probably have ADHD, I don't know, but I have explored so many hobbies over the course of my life, and I am very interested in trying new ones all the time. So the video I just put up or will be putting up shortly, is a hobby tier list of hobbies I've tried that maybe also you should try because they're fun. And in upcoming videos, you guys can pitch me ideas for hobbies I should try. I give them a shot as a complete beginner and review them. Maybe put them on the tier list. I'm not sure about that part yet, but basically just exploring hobbies. And I think it's really important that we on the left touch grass and try things that are fun and, keep up with our mental health so that we don't go insane. So link for that somewhere in the description, maybe on screen. I don't know. Atropatine. If someone were to make a statue of you, totally hypothetical of course, what pose would you like to be in? I'm not talking like a figurine, but a large statue on a square somewhere. It would be me, hands on my hips, in a very, very deep lunge with one foot on the hood of my Volvo. Yeah, I'd like to see that. If you're a sculptor, get in touch. And the last question for today. Oh, nope, there's one short one at the end. Oh, which is actually going to take forever to answer. Okay. Second to last question for today. I am very seriously thinking of running for Illinois State House in 2026 since I want to bring laws to Illinois like the right to repair and stopping ghost job listings. Anything else I should fight for? I'm a huge fan of your work and have been watching you since I was 16 years old back in 2020. Wow. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Young whippersnapper too, running for House. That makes you what, 21, 22? Good for you. Maybe start small. If you don't have any experience with government, you may want to go like city council first to get, just to dip your toe in and see what you think. Because whatever you're expecting, it's probably going to be different than that. That being said, I think your proposals, right to repair, and ghost job listings, I think those are great because those affect everybody, and it's not explicitly ideological, at least to normies. It doesn't seem that way. If you can think of anything else in that vein, I'd say go for it. I would just take it slow, hide your power level, so to speak, get some wins under your belt, and then bring out the big guns. Not literal guns, please. Just, more socialist policies. Number 19, Manolo, how did kids change you? Okay, so how honest do I want to be here? I'm joking mostly. Right now we have a 3-year-old daughter named Evie and a 5, almost 6-month-old son named Thomas. And we are in the period that is called affectionately the shit, the trenches, the worst period of parenthood, arguably, when you've got 2 kids under 3. I have not had a day to myself, nor has my wife, in 3 years or so. We do not have time to hang out together all that much. We are constantly dealing with sick children because Evie started preschool this year, and we have all been sick for like 6 months straight, off and on. There are a lot of negatives. You don't get to do the things you want to do most of the time. You are tired most of the time. You're bored most of the time. That being said, it is incredibly rewarding. Like, there is, when people say, you'll understand when you have kids, I was always like, come on, man. Everybody says that. Well, like, now I'm here. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. It's something that it changes you in ways that you don't expect. I'm more patient. I'm more empathetic. I'm calmer, even though I'm frustrated a lot of the time. Just kids doing stupid stuff. You care about these little gremlins in a way that you have never cared about anyone before. And that will probably always be the case. Maybe it's just, the monkey part of my brain where I'm like, genes secured, now I can die. But I feel a lot more at peace with the trajectory of my life. Like, I'll joke with Kelsey, with my wife, that like, I've checked off the last box. See ya, I'm gonna go live on the side of a mountain somewhere and sit beneath a tree. Yeah, having kids is a complete change from everything before in your life. And I hesitate to say that I recommend it because you really have to be ready. And you'll never be fully prepared. You can't be. It's just such a dramatic change. But it is incredibly rewarding and incredibly difficult and incredibly frustrating and incredibly beautiful all at the same time. So, yeah, having kids has changed me as a person for the better. It has changed my life and my ability to pursue things that are important to me for the worse, for now. That will not always be the case. I'm aware of that fact. But when you have kids, there's going to be a period of time where you got to put everything else on the back burner and just focus on the kids and the health of the family. Which, it's just a thing. It's just how it goes. But yeah, thank you for that question. It's been cool, I would say. And the final question, the one that squeaked in just before I started recording, from Artemis, expanding on the child question. Do you feel that kids make you more vulnerable and conforming to capitalism? Do you have any thought on how to avoid that? So, it makes you more worried about things that are happening, the way things are going. For me, education is a big one right now. I'm like, I don't want to send my kids to slop school. where everything's AI, where they have underpaid teachers and the schools are crumbling, or I send them to like a fascist private school. So now we're like exploring homeschool, which has its own, you know, baggage. Which there was just that that homeschool project in Ohio that was explicitly fascist, and so you got to figure out, you got to navigate all this stuff because you care about your kids and them getting a quality education and not getting propagandized. But then to go back to climate change, that's another concern. I'm like, okay, where can I move my family where we will be as safe as possible from climate fallout? And like looking at what happened in Asheville, North Carolina, which was considered a climate haven, suddenly you're like, there's nowhere. What do we do? How do I protect my kids from all this stuff, these forces of nature that are so much bigger than us? So yeah, it makes you scared, makes you nervous, but it also really lights a fire under you to try to improve the things that will improve their lives, to try to maybe build our own homeschooling program that and bring in left-wing teachers and work on it together and create something that is actually, you know, legitimately educational and not slop, and then provide that for other families who want to follow that homeschooling program too. Maybe that's something I'll do. I don't know. Teachers, reach out. You know, things like that. You care about the climate a lot now because you want a livable planet for your kids. You care about education, and you care about the cost of living, and you know the accessibility of jobs, and whether college is even worth it, and all these things that you haven't really considered before suddenly become very important. So yeah, having kids does force a shift in priorities because you're on a clock. You got, you know, I don't know, I don't even know when kids start proper school. 7 years, something like that, before they're in school. You know, preschool and kindergarten, all that stuff before, but like genuine school. Got to figure it out before then, what you're going to do. I mean, you can always pull them out later. I'm babbling at this point, but it's just stuff that's been on my mind. And I'm sure it has for other socialist parents as well. So definitely a conversation we need to have there. I don't know, like I said, we're in the trenches right now. I don't know if I have the time to work on something bigger, but I don't know. Yeah, shoot me an email if you're part of anything like that, homeschooling curriculum or working to improve the lot of children in the United States, or anywhere really. But yeah, I think that would be how I answer that question. Sorry if that was a little heavy at the end there, and sorry if you don't want to have kids and don't care about hearing about kids and stuff. That's just what you guys asked, and some insights I was hopefully able to provide. So there you go. Happy end of 2025. Here's hoping that 2026 will be just a little bit better. Hope you're well. Hope your family's well. Hope you have a wonderful holiday season. Hope you buy my merch. 10% off Patreon. And go check out my personal channel if you want to break from the political stuff and just want to explore some hobbies with me. All right. Thanks for watching. See you next.
So last week I made a video about the fires in Patagonia in Argentina and how people are blaming them on Israel and how that's good actually, whether it's true or not. So you might be wondering, in regards to that, how has the Argentine government been responding to these fires? And the answer is not much, if at all. In fact, the way that Javier Milei has responded to these fires has been something quite peculiar. Javier Milei has launched his official English language social media accounts. And it really is him. This is how Javier Milei has reacted to like 25% of his country currently being on fire. Welcome to Javier Milei's official English account. Are you ready to watch this AI-generated video where this 55-year-old man depicts himself as a ripped superhero? I hope so, because we're watching it, you and me together right now.
Hello, freedom fighters of the world. I'm General ANCAP. Definitely not Malay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. It's like watching the video where Mike from PA touches a woman. I have this reaction to it where it makes me want to just look away in fear. In I don't even know what. It's just oh. Ooh. It's like I just saw a dead body or something. Oh no. It's like this video. It's the exact same feeling from this video. I gotta disclose the fact that I've never watched this video to the point where he actually touches her. I pause it or I close the window beforehand because it makes me want to die to even think about. But now I'm going to show it to you so that you know what I'm talking about, okay? And after this, we can decide whether the Millet video is worse than this. The context is this is a woman streamer with Mike from PA and they are in the street streaming together or something, okay? I've never watched this before because I know what's going to happen and I literally, like, I can't bring myself to watch it. This is going to be hard. Like, I'm literally harming myself for your entertainment here, okay? I hope you appreciate it.
I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think they. I'm getting your attention.
I can't. No. Let's never talk about that ever again. No. Let's never talk about what we just saw ever again. That didn't happen. Let's go back to our main video here, the good one.
I'm here to guide you in the official English account of our real-life hero, Javier Millet.
This is literally what they're spending money on in Argentina while the country is in flames.
Javier. I'm here to guide you in the official English account of our real-life hero, Javier Millet.
This is literally what they're spending money on in Argentina while the country is in flames. They are spending $30 billion given to them by Donald Trump on this.
¡Afuera! ¡Ministerio de Obras Públicas! ¡Afuera!
The past year was big for Millet, who's becoming a heavyweight as a world influencer.
Make Argentina great again. Viva la libertad, carajo!
With his unique brand of epic, rockstar, aggressive libertarianism. Here you will find everything about him. His story, his ideas.
Even the fucking photos of him are AI generated.
His ideas.
These are all AI generated.
And his latest.
Because he's like 55 years old, by the way. He's 55. And this is what he posts on his official real account. I shit you not. Like, this guy is like trying to launch a career as an influencer off the back of being the president of a country. Launch a career as an influencer. I shit you not. Like, you're not. Like, this guy is like trying to launch a career as an influencer off the back of being the president of a country. Have you ever seen an ego this fragile?
Leave you.
頂点悪を見極め影を刈り尽くす
夜の源源
流れて新月が来る 今宵月を安全距離邪悪を狩り撃つ一致点
お嬢様
6308式ユニット無双の風シミュレートよいしょ射撃準備
誰だ。
流れて新月が来る姿を見吸引テスト開始630悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす影を撃つ対処する必要がある断罪のな吸引テスト開始6308式ユニット潔白を証明する時だ争点
武力行使の許可を確認情報は伝えてある
また流れてんのに月姿を超拡散形態吸引テスト開始悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす死んだわね済んだわね
対処する必要がある
断罪のない安全距離確認吸引テスト開始そこまでだ邪悪を狩り撃つだはっで新月が来る影の6308影を撃つ
情報は伝えてある
答えなさい安全距離確認7号式モジュール悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす射撃準備 新月が来る満ちて姿を見せ吸引テストからジャープを借り撃つ影を撃
つ弱をして傷つけられる月を抜く
移して今宵月をさクラプス6308式ユニット超発悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす射撃準備満ちて断罪のない吸引テスト開始
お前は囚人だつまらぬ
ジャープを借り撃つ新月が来る夜の剣安全距離確認7号式の影を撃つやっ姿を6308悪を見極め影を狩り尽くすそこまでだたっ流れて今宵月断罪の名において安全距離潔白を証明する時だ風と雲の星と深夜無事今日の星とし
Now with Javier Milei.
¡No tengan miedo!
You ever seen an ego this fragile?
Leave you now with Javier Milei.
¡No tengan miedo! ¡Vayan y den la batalla contra el surderío! ¡Que se la vamos a ganar! ¡Zurdos, hijos de puta, tiemblen! ¡La libertad avanza! ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Vamos!
Viva la libertad, carajo.
の数潔白を証明する時だ。争点滑稽だな。新月が来る。黒き翼よ。研究また失敗しちゃった。平気。や断罪のな三月よ輝け。悪を見極め影を刈り尽くす。移して影のカラスが猶予。吸引テスト開始。7号式モジュール射撃準備。邪悪を狩り撃つ。新月が来る。姿を見る。安全距離確認。生きて断罪の名によ。6308。メガネが粉々になる。影を撃つ。悪を見極め影を刈り尽くす。諦めることだ。夜の情報は伝えてある。移して姿を見せ。吸引テスト開始。射撃準備。この動 廷に
What did you guys think about that? What's your opinion? Leave a comment down below and let me know. I'm very interested. This is what they are doing with tax money. Think about that. What did you guys think about that? What's your opinion? Leave a comment down below and let me know. What did you guys think about that? What's your opinion? Leave a comment down below and let me know. I'm very interested. This is what they are doing with tax money in Argentina. And lest you think that I'm joking, that this isn't real, that it's a parody. This is him posting on his official account, you know, go follow my English account. He hired a team of kids who speak broken English to run an English language account for him where they air generate videos of him as a ripped young superhero when he is a 55-year-old man.
めよう。契約を果たせ。悪運。
石煙に葬られよ。
みんながそばに。
口封じは任せたからね。
聞け、太陽の本能を。
みんなは俺が。
手加減なしよ。シトラリー、リーチパパ。
石煙に葬られよ。
今宵月よ、断罪の名を。安全距離確認。輸送の風。
影を打つ。潔白を証明する時だ。
灯火は消えない。お嬢様の俺のように。
流れて三月よ、輝け。
蒼天、悪を見極め、影を刈り尽くす。
悪を滅する。
やっ射撃準備。
悪を立つ。
潔白を証明する時だ。
移して
夜のやはり
超拡散兵隊。春月が来る。6308式ユニット。
蒼天、悪を見極め、影を刈り尽くす。
満ちて安全距離確認。三月よ、輝け。
影を打つ。
燃え盛る光を。
邪悪を刈り打つ。
闇を払え。
黒き翼吸引テスト開始。7号式。
蒼天、
燃えろ。くらえ。みんながそばに。
じゃあ行くよ。絶妙よ、契約を果たせ。口封。
聞け、太陽の本能を。アクセル全開。
さあ働きなさい。
この天下で裁く。止めるよ。
じゃあ行くよ。
みんなは俺が。
シトラリー、リーチパパ、こうよ。
石煙に葬られよ。
燃えろ。
絶妙よ、契約を果たせ。
この天下で裁く。
全力攻撃。
さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せたからね。
聞け、太陽の本能を。加速するぞ。
手加減なしよ。
加速するぞ。この天下で裁く。 止めるよ。
さあ働きなさい、悪用の力を。
この天下で裁く。止める勇気はあるか。
流れて姿を見。
影を打つ。悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす。
新月が来る。安全距離だ。
それ。
6308。
ジャークを狩り撃つ。
3月よ輝け。吸引テスト開始。理想の風。
悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす。射撃準備。
万歳の名に。
みんながそばに。
絶に寝よう。契約を果たせ。シトラリ。
聞け太陽の炎を。
じゃあ行くよ。
みんなは俺が。
さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せ。
赤煙に葬られよ。烈日よ私に従え。
映して姿を見。
争点ジャークを狩り撃つ。
今宵月を捧げ夜の源元。6308式。
潔白を証明するときだ。
満ちて断罪の名に。安全距離確認。新月が来る。
悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす。影を打つ。
映して
夜の
6308。
ジャークを狩り撃つ。射撃準備。
今宵月を捧げ満ちて角のカラスが。
潔白を証明するときだ。影を打つ。
姿を見。7号式モジュール。吸引テスト。
悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす。射撃準備。
AI generate videos of him and all of his accomplishments and how special and important he is and how much everyone loves him. Apparently they posted a second video. Hold on, there's a second one. A second video has hit the towers. Let's check it out. A second AI generated Javier Milei ripped Captain ANCAP superhero has hit. Apparently they posted a second video. Hold on, there's a second one. A second video has hit the towers. Let's check it out. A second AI-generated Javier Milei ripped Captain ANCAP superhero has hit the towers.
How do you fix a nation that has been broken?
What happened to his voice? This is a different voice. Why did his voice change from video to video? What's going on here?
For 100 years, you don't simply look for a politician. You look for someone who understands that the state is the enemy. You look for Javier Milei. But before the world knew his name, he was just a goalkeeper for Chacarita Juniors. Alone in the penalty box, he learned to defend his goal against everyone. Until the early 80s, when his life changed forever. Standing in a grocery store with his mother, he watched price tags changing right before his eyes. He saw people fighting over food, desperate to buy before their money became worthless. That was the moment. He traded his goalkeeper gloves for economics books.
So the actual story here, just so that you know, is that his daddy ran a bus company which was entirely paid for by state contracts, so they were incredibly rich. And his daddy paid for everything for little Javier over there. So the guy who is against the state, not only is he and his sister are possibly corrupt and just actively stealing money from state contracts, because his sister, who by the way he has named like his entire family basically to state positions, all of his friends to state positions, he's paying them like $25,000 a month salaries, including his sister. And his sister was giving herself kickbacks from awarding government contracts to pharmaceutical companies. And his sister also manages Milei's finances, so that means that the man himself is literally giving himself state money while also paying children, paying like little fucking teenagers to generate AI videos of him in broken English about how awesome he is to like raise his profile. He's like spending taxpayer money, state money on literally everything for himself while saying that we must fight the state. It's incredible.
He dedicated his life to solving the mystery of why his country was poor. He went from economist to the lion's den as a congressman, fighting the political caste from the inside. And now, he is the president, the man fulfilling the promise he made to himself as a boy, to destroy inflation and set his people free. The cultural battle is, above all, a moral battle. The lion has a...
What is that last part of doing? The cultural battle is a moral battle? What does economics have to do with that? Look, he's a lion. He's a fucking lion. How can someone... Look...
The cultural battle is, above all, a moral battle. The lion has a...
What is that last part of doing? The cultural battle is a moral battle? What does economics have to do with that? Look, he's a lion. He's a fucking lion. How can someone lack self-awareness to the point that they have someone make something like this about themselves? This is, like, worse than the Donald Trump flying a plane and dropping poop on people video. It's significantly worse. The complete lack of self-awareness, of humility, of any sort of, like, existence in reality that it takes to not only make something like this about yourself, but pay someone government funds to have them make something like this about yourself. This man is not right. There's something not right about him. Argentina needs to be invaded and liberated as soon as possible. Lula, use your military for something other than killing poor people in favelas for once. We need it in Argentina now. Send it here now, please. Help us. We are governed by a moron and we need your help. And yeah, he's acting like he gave up a promising football career when he played for like one of those like random shitty neighborhood teams that you have to pay money to play for. He never had any chance of being a footballer, but he acts like he did. He's like 5'5". It's not like he could ever be a goalkeeper. Give me a break. I'm gonna go with the AI summary on this one. I'm going with the AI summary. The AI summary told me that Javier Milei is 5 feet 4 inches, and I'm fine with that. 163 centimeters, sure. Let's go with it. He's definitely going to put me in jail for that one, but it's worth it.
誰かのために歌うわけじゃないけど、もし立ち止まって聞いてくれる人がいるなら、ほんの一瞬でも心の安らぎを感じてくれたら嬉しい。君のペースについていけるか心配してくれてるの？大丈夫だよ。銀月の庭で毎日ずっと散歩してたから。雨宿りしながら雨が大地を洗い流す音を聞いてると、家にいるみたいに安心できるの。 誰かのために歌うわけじゃないけど、もし立ち止まって聴いてくれる人がいるなら、ほんの一瞬でも心の安らぎを感じてくれたら嬉しい。や雨宿りしながら雨が大地を洗い流す音を聞いてると、家にいるみたいに安心できるの。
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the Columbina First Impressions video. A lot of the testing you're going to see is going to be in Miliostra. So this patch added the ability to import your own characters into Miliostra, and people have already made some training rooms where there's a testing dummy and you can just hit it with your teams. And I did a lot of my testing there. Keep a few things in mind. One, my builds are still not completely done. Far from it. Honestly, my carry Columbina set is complete trash. Talents are still not fully leveled because she's using the new weekly boss. I just want to say that before actually letting you guys see, because we have the DPS number showing at the top left of the screen for a lot of this footage, and I want you guys to remember this will not say that before actually letting you guys see, because we have the DPS number showing at the top left of the screen for a lot of this footage, and I want you guys to remember this will not actually be a proper representation of how good this is, or how good these teams are, because the builds are still good. Columbina, honestly, of how good this is, or how good these teams are, because the builds are still good. Columbina, honestly, she feels fine. We knew Columbina was going to be good. I would say that compared to my initial expectations, the carry Columbina teams with Llama feel a little bit worse than I expected. The animations are a bit slower than I thought they would be, and it makes the rotations just a tiny bit too slow to get as much DPS as I was calculating. It's not enough to be bad, and specifically the Nilo variant of Columbina carry I think is still quite good. And even the non-Nilo variants, like Nilo variant of Columbina carry, I think is still quite good. And even the non-Nilo variants, like, they're still completely fine. Once we actually get her properly built, it'll perform fine, but probably not quite at the level that I expected, where C0R1 Columbina would perform similarly to Nefer with Columbina, right? If you're looking at 3 5-stars on the team with Columbina carry versus Nefer, but with giving Columbina the SIG in order to make up for the fact that you don't have to get Nefer. But it's still not bad, right? Like, if you like Columbina carry, or you really like Columbina, you want to play her on field, it's still very much something that'll be viable and able to clear stuff, just not quite as good. Another kind of important thing to keep in mind for this is that your AoE is a lot worse than Nefer, because in Nefer teams, Nefer actually has good motion value herself. In Columbina teams, your damage gets carried by Llama's burst. The main thing that makes this a problem is a lot worse. It's still very much something that'll be viable and able to clear stuff. You don't have to get Nefer, but it's still not bad, right? Like, if you like in order to with Columbina carry versus Columbina, right? If you're looking at 3 5-stars on the team with Columbina carry versus Nefer, but with giving Columbina the SIG in order to make up for the fact that you don't have to get Nefer. But right, if you're looking at 3 5-stars on the team with Columbina carry versus Nefer, but with giving Columbina the SIG in order to make up Columbina carry versus Nefer, but with giving at 3 5-stars on the team with Columbina carry versus Nefer, but with giving Columbina the SIG in order to make up for the fact that you don't have to get Nefer. But it's still not bad, right? Like, if you like Columbina carry, or you really like Columbina, you want to play her on field, it's still very much something that'll be viable and able to clear stuff, just not quite as good. Another kind of if you like Columbina carry, or you really like Columbina, you want to play her on field, it's still very much something that'll be viable and able to clear stuff, just not quite as good. Another kind of important thing to keep in mind for this is that your AoE is a lot worse than Nefer, because in Nefer teams, Nefer actually has good motion value herself. In Colombina teams, your damage gets carried by Llama's Burst. The main thing that makes this a problem for AoE is that in AoE, the Llama stacks that you get on the burst, right? Every time you burst, your next 36, 18 by default, 36 if you hold E, bloom, or makes this a problem for AoE is that in AoE, motion value herself. In Colombina teams, your damage gets carried by Llama's Burst. The main thing that makes this a problem for AoE is that in AoE, the Llama stacks that you get on the burst, right? Every time you burst, your next 36, 18 by default, 36.
流れて通い地球掃除対象ロックオン殲滅モード
全力攻撃だせっ安らかに剣をよっとここもよっ
3月よ輝い
逃げ場
歌え僕の生元におひろ
命の重みを知りなさい薬も毒勝利をしてやるお前の罪を償うがいい在下を立つ審判の時だか在下を立つ審判の時だ
光り輝くがいい治療しないとな
すぐに治る判決からは逃れられない在下を立つはっちょ
移して絶縁障壁
燃えろみんなは俺が総流水泳よっ三弱の修正
交渉は終わりです新列が来る世界を熱狂の渦にじゃじゃーん
ようやくは地にさあ
断罪のなり
よっ逃げ場はないぞこの身で残照を粛清する罪を償うがいいあさあ審判の時だはっはっやっへんじゃあさあへん
お披露目だ歌え僕の生元に
薬も毒になり得ます命
姿を見
勝利をしてやるお前の罪を償うがいい在下を立つ罪を償うがいいか審判の時だや罪を償うがいいはっ審判の時だ
じゃじゃーん光り輝くがいい
さあ婦人観来です
断罪の名に
判決からは逃れられない罪を償うがいいはっはっ審判の時だ在下を立つ
満ちて掃除対象
全力攻撃だ剣をとよっよっしせ神悟りは
三月よ輝け殲滅モード防衛モードよ
みんなは俺が守れ無意味な
フォークを叩い
ようやくは
歌え僕の生元に姿を見
勝利をしてやるお前の罪をさあ審判の時だいや在下を立つ予想以上に強い罪を償うがいい在下を立つ
はあ光り輝くがいい
すぐに直してあげましょうお嬢様降伏しろこの身で万象を粛清する審判の時ださあ罪を償うがいい そばにいてくれるわ。
もっと早くもっと強く。
風が立つぞ。撃て撃て、今だ。
ガジャーン。
燃えろ。
光り輝くがいい。
全力攻撃だ。
カウントスタート。
ロックオン。今だ。
それよっ。世界を熱狂の渦に。
みんなは俺が守る。
合図を持つ。
撃てロックオン。消え失せろ。
お披露目だ。映して月を絶縁障壁。天体交渉は終わり。安全距離確認。無双の風シミュレート。
お静かに目を閉して暗闇は怖いですか。はっいやさ
満ちて新月が来る。殲滅モード。
悪を滅する。
08ユニット7号式モード。
お静かにこうだ死の底へさいや目を閉して夜ですね。
ガジャーン。光り輝くがいい。
全力攻撃だ。燃えろ。
呼吸を整えよう。
飛ぶか。今だ。ロックオン。撃て今だ。
フォークをもっと早く。
風が立つぞ。撃て今だ。
はっせい。みんながそばに。
呼吸を整えよう。合図を待つよっ。
撃て
歌え僕の名のもとに。ガジャン。
全力攻撃だ。
飛ぶか。撃てロックオン。
光り輝くがいい。
みんなは俺が守る。よし。
雷のごとく
司令。
映して3月よ輝く。吸引テスト開始。
こうだ夜ですね。お静かに暗闇は怖いですか。
交渉は終わりです。安全距離。
目を閉してさあお静かに夜ですね。
流れて。
全力攻撃だ。
呼吸を整えよう。動け歌え僕の名のもとに。
飛ぶか。ロックオン。ロックオン。
フォークをタッ
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
雷のごとく。
風が立つぞ。
がそばに
満ちて新月が来る掃除対象超拡散形態63
ほらお静かに夜ですね目を閉じて
流れて殲滅モード防衛もさあ月よ輝け吸引テスト開始
お静かに目を閉じて暗闇は怖いですか
映して新月が来る
If you hold E, Bloom or Hyper Bloom or Lunar Bloom or Burgeon reactions get increased damage, but reactions that hit in AoE will consume an amount of stacks corresponding to the amount of enemies hit. So if you're against 4 enemies, you're only buffing 9 reactions instead of 36. Because Nefer's personal numbers represent a larger portion of the team DPS than Colomina's personal numbers in Colomina carry, it means that losing the Llama extra damage in AoE doesn't hit Nefer as hard as it hits Colomina. So Llama extra damage in Colomina's personal numbers in Colomina carry, it means that losing the Llama extra damage in AoE doesn't hit Nefer as hard as it hits Colomina. So for AoE content, carry Colomina will be a lot worse. And if you want to play on-field Colomina, at that point, you're probably just better off having her as like a pseudo driver in a team like this one. With honestly, Durin isn't like that necessary for this team. Just any sort of like wheelchair Colombina with Inefa, basically. Just put a support last slot instead of a carry last slot and on-field Colombina for fun. Speaking of on-field Colombina, there's one thing that really annoys me with it, and it's the sound effect. And it's not even the sound effect, it's a voice line. We turn our volume up and we listen to what happens. She just sings. And like, that's fine, but it's not in tune with the background music. So it sounds like she's tone deaf, and it's really annoying. That being said though, the animations feel really good. Yeah, so don't pay too much attention to the numbers because I just want to show the animations for now. The like default animation that you do for the charge attack. Let me actually also put the overlay so you guys can see. Wait, that's the wrong one.
Cleanup sequence.
Look at how early you can buffer your next charge attack. Okay, I'm out of Verdant Dew. Oopsie.
Search. Leave.
And you get to input any direction you want to go while the charge attack goes off. And so the fact that she doesn't have resistance to interruption during the charge attack, and that the dash cancels aren't like necessarily worth doing, because in order for it to be DPS positive, if you do it too early, the charge attack just doesn't go through. And if you do it too late, it's barely. Better than just spamming charge attack. I expected it to be a lot more annoying than it actually is. I think in practice, she does feel a bit better to play quality of life wise. She also has what Nefer's missing for like visual and audio feedback of like, yes, you have done the charge attack. It has gone through. And honestly, I just think that they did a really good job with the sound effects and visual effects, other than the fucking la la la. That and it makes it so that like playing Carrie Colombina actually feels kind of. It feels pretty good. Outside of Carrie Colombina's stuff, she's about as good as expected. She's doing quite a bit for Flynn's and Nefer. Honestly, I feel like she does a bit more for Nefer. One of the really nice things that Colombina does for Nefer is she makes Sucrose feel a lot less awkward to use. By default, in the pre-Colombina Nefer rotations that used Sucrose, because you had to like stall to wait for your last do or your last two do's, it forced you to go refresh the Sucrose buffs if you wanted full uptime on them, because it would expire before you have generated your 6th do. With Colombina allowing you to do all of Nefer's stuff at once by allowing you to bank extra do, you can actually get all 6 of Nefer's charge attacks out before Sucrose EM buff expires within the 8 seconds that you have. And it makes Sucrose just feel so much better. I think that now there's like pretty much no reason to use Nahida unless you have Nahida C2, because Sucrose is better and easier to play. Nahida's upside is the extra Dendro particle generation that you get, which helps alleviate Llama's ER requirements a little bit, but she gets so much EM from Sucrose that if you go ER sans Llama with Sucrose, you're still getting more EM and more energy than if you were to go Nahida. So Nahida's pretty much out of the team completely. Obviously, that's still a no sustain team. You can do Proto Ember, Colombina, but that's not like amazing sustain. Outside of that, you can also still use Kuki. Problem with Sucrose and with Kuki is that you actually start having rotations that are too fast. I think in practice, that's not a problem though. And this is something that a lot of you guys will realize if you start going to the training dummy. You guys suck at the game. I suck at the game. Everyone sucks at the game, okay? You are not getting a 17-second rotations in 17-second rotation in 17 seconds. In practice, your 17-second rotation is taking you 18, 19, maybe even 20 seconds to do for most teams. There are some exceptions for teams that are gated pretty much entirely by cooldowns rather than animations, or like wonder about what to do with the extra time you have from Sucrose and stuff like that. You don't really have extra time in practice. Maybe against the dummy you will, because the dummy doesn't do anything. But against any enemy that actually does things, that extra time will likely be filled with dodging or having to adapt to enemy movement and stuff like that. Now, with these extra things, if you are playing perfectly, the fact that you have that extra wiggle room means that you have time to use Inefa Burst without extending your rotation, which makes the Inefa version of the Nefer team even better. I'd say now, pretty enemy movement and stuff like that. Now, with these extra things, if you are playing perfectly, the fact that you have that extra wiggle room means that you have time to use Inefa Burst without extending your rotation, which makes the Inefa version of the Nefer team even better. I'd say now, pretty clearly, the best team with defensive utility for Nefer is going to be with Inefa. But I think that most people won't actually see that much of a practical upgrade from using Inefa, because with Inefa, if there's 1-2 seconds of wiggle room in execution, your rotation becomes 20. With Kuki with Sucrose, it stays 18. And like, if the Inefa one is 20, the Kuki one is 18, they're very similar. So for most people, getting Inefa
Gonna be out of supplies before too long. I don't want to rush you, but... in your own time. Come on, I'm a busy man. Sometime today would be nice. The suspense is killing me. Getting a little low on supplies here. I passed through this area in the 50s, I think. Don't remember too much of the 50s. You know, I keep hearing talk about this traveling mystic, Madame Bazaar or something like that. Seems to have folks running around after her left and right. No messing around, huh? All right, my friend. Time to make some money. There's another batch ready to go. Sure feels good. It wasn't easy. I've cut myself so many times, it's a miracle I've got any blood left in me. Anyway, got a local buyer lined up, so should be an easy run for you.
You did well on that last one.
much.